Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Peregrine Pip Took 4 had always believed that maps held more secrets than mere directions. As he sat in his study at Great Smiles, surrounded by the countless charts and scrolls he'd collected over the years, his fingers traced the faded lines of an ancient map that had belonged to his great-grandfather, the legendary Pippin of the Fellowship. But tonight, something was different. The moonlight streaming through his round window caught the parchment at an odd angle, revealing previously invisible marks beneath the familiar paths and borders. Hidden in the margins of the old map, written in a silvery ink that only showed itself by moonlight, were notes about a secret that the original Pippin had carried to his grave, the existence of a lost colony of hobbits in the Blue Mountains. The writings spoke of families who had left the Shire generations ago, seeking a new life in the mountain valleys, and who had discovered something both wonderful and terrible in their new home. Pip might have dismissed it as another tall tale, like the stories of walking trees that travelers sometimes brought to the Green Dragon Inn, had it not been for his cousin Eleanor Banks. A scholar of ancient histories and keeper of the Shire's records, Eleanor had recently discovered references to whole families that had simply vanished from the Shire's census records during the time of wandering, nearly 200 years ago. Their research took an urgent turn when the first dreams began. All across the Shire, hobbits reported similar visions of great halls carved into mountainsides, of gardens growing in caverns lit by crystals, and of a shadow spreading through ancient tunnels. Even more disturbing were the ravens that began arriving from the Blue Mountains, bearing messages in a strange variant of the Hobbit language, warning of an awakening evil. It was Eleanor who made contact with Thorin Stonefist, a dwarf mason who had been mapping the abandoned mines in the Blue Mountains. His letters spoke of finding evidence of hobbit settlements deep within the mountains, round doors set into cave walls, small gardens in sheltered valleys, and tools sized for halfling hands. But he also wrote of something else, ancient dwarvish warnings carved into the deepest tunnels, speaking of a force that slept beneath the mountains, waiting to be roused. And so it was that Pip found himself leading an expedition unlike any since the days of his great-grandfather. Besides Eleanor, their company included Thorin Stonefist, whose knowledge of the mountain paths would prove invaluable, and Lorlin, a young elf ranger who had been sent by the remaining elves of Lindon to investigate the disturbances in the ancient places of power within the mountains. They departed from the Shire on a crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were turning gold and red, like the pages of old books. Their journey took them through lands that had grown wild since the days of the War of the Ring, where the boundaries between the everyday world and the realm of legend had begun to blur once again. In the forests at the mountain's feet, they encountered their first sign that something was truly amiss. The trees seemed to whisper in voices that were almost, but not quite, hobbitish. Lorlin, with her elvish senses, could feel the presence of old magic stirring not the bright, clear power of her people, but something deeper and more primordial. Their first real breakthrough came when they discovered a hidden valley, accessible only through a narrow cleft in the rocks. There, they found the unmistakable signs of hobbit habitation, carefully tended gardens, though long abandoned, and round doors built into the cliff faces. But the doors stood open, their inhabitants long fled, and the gardens were overgrown with plants that seemed to glow faintly in the shadow of the mountains. Thorin's expertise led them deeper into the mountain through a network of tunnels that showed signs of both dwarvish and hobbit craftsmanship. The passages were lit by crystals that had been carefully cultivated in the rock itself, creating a soft, living light that reminded Pip of starlight seen through leaves. It was in these tunnels that they found the first survivors of the lost colony. A group of hobbits, different from their Shire cousins in subtle ways, paler-skinned, with eyes adapted to the mountain light, but still unmistakably hobbits. Their leader, an elderly hobbit named Amber Deepdelver, told them a tale that chilled their hearts. The colony had thrived for generations, developing their own unique culture that blended hobbit comfort with dwarvish craftsmanship. They had learned to grow mushrooms that glowed in the dark, to cultivate crystals that provided light and heat, and to live in harmony with the deep places of the world. But they had also discovered something in the depths, an ancient chamber, where the very rocks seemed to pulse with malevolent purpose. For centuries, the colony's wisest members had maintained seals and wards around this chamber, using a combination of dwarvish runes and hobbit garden magic to keep whatever lay within in its slumber. But recently, the seals had begun to fail, and with their failing came dreams of power and darkness that called to both dwarf and hobbit alike. The final piece of the puzzle came from Lorlin, who recognized the descriptions of the sealed chamber from ancient elvish warnings. In the First Age, before even the rising of the sun, a fragment of Morgoth's power had been trapped within the mountain by a coalition of elves, dwarves, and men. The hobbits, with their unique connection to growing things and their resistance to the lures of power, had unknowingly been the perfect guardians for this ancient prison. The company's journey culminated in a desperate race against time. As the evil influence spread, threatening to corrupt both the mountain and its inhabitants, they had to find a way to strengthen the ancient seals before the prison broke completely. It was Pip's knowledge of maps and Eleanor's understanding of history that led them to discover the solution, a combination of hobbit garden magic, dwarvish runes, and elvish songs of power that could reinforce the bindings. The ritual required representatives of all three peoples, Pip and Eleanor, providing the hobbit's connection to growing things, Thorin channeling the deep craft of his people, and Lorlin singing the ancient songs of power. As they worked their magic, the very mountain seemed to hold its breath, and the malevolent presence retreated back into its slumber. In the aftermath, the lost colony faced a choice. Some chose to return to the Shire, bringing with them their unique knowledge and traditions. Others remained in their mountain home, now knowing they were not just settlers but guardians of an ancient trust. Pip established regular communication between the two hobbit communities, ensuring that the knowledge of what lay beneath the mountain would never again be forgotten. Back in his study at Great Smiles, Pip added his own notes to his great-grandfather's map, writing in the same silvery ink that only showed by moonlight. For he had learned what the original Pippin knew, that some secrets must be preserved, but not forgotten, and that even the smallest and most peaceful of peoples might be called upon to be guardians of the world's safety. And on quiet evenings, when the moon was full, he would sometimes see lights in the distant mountains, not the fearsome glow of ancient evil, but the warm, welcoming lights of hobbit holes carved into the mountainside, where his kin kept their ancient watch, tending their glowing gardens and singing songs that helped keep the darkness at bay. Story 2. The morning sun cast long shadows across the rolling hills of the Shire, where Marigold tended to her beloved herb garden outside Bag End. The young hobbit had inherited not only Bilbo's home, but also his adventurous spirit, though few in Hobbiton suspected it beneath her practical demeanor. Her fingers worked methodically among the rare moonflowers and aethelus leaves, plants whose secrets she had learned from the ancient books hidden in Bag End's vast library. It was on such a peaceful morning that Destiny chose to knock on her round green door, though it came not in the form of a wizard's staff, but in the whispered secrets of a long-forgotten diary. While searching for an old recipe among Bilbo's papers, Marigold discovered a leather-bound journal wedged behind a loose brick in the study's fireplace. The pages were filled with Bilbo's familiar handwriting, but these weren't the tales of his famous journey with Thorin's company. These were darker musings, written in the dead of night, about something he had glimpsed in the shadows of Erebor, but never dared to mention a second arkenstone. According to Bilbo's fevered writings, the stone they had found was but one of a pair, created in the ancient forges of Moria. While one stone represented the divine right of Durin's folk to rule under the mountain, the other held a far more terrible purpose. It was said to have the power to awaken the very heart of the mountain itself. Marigold might have dismissed it as the ramblings of her eccentric uncle, had the signs not already begun to manifest. The crops in the South Farthing had started failing mysteriously, withering overnight as if touched by an unseen frost. Farmers reported strange shadows moving across their fields under the new moon, and the wise old Hamfast Gamgee Jr., her trusted gardener, swore he had seen lights dancing in the far hills where no hobbit dwelled. It was Hamfast who first noticed the stranger in the gray cloak lingering at the borders of the Shire. Unlike Gandalf, this wizard wore robes of deep azure that seemed to shimmer like water in the twilight. He called himself Pallando, one of the blue wizards long thought lost in the East, and his arrival confirmed Marigold's worst fears others had learned of the second Arkenstone's existence. The stone stirs, Pallando told them one evening, seated in Bagin's cozy kitchen. The darkness that sleeps beneath Erebor dreams of waking. There are those who would use its power to resurrect ancient evils best left forgotten, and so it was that Marigold took, a hobbit who had never ventured beyond Bree, found herself preparing for a journey to the lonely mountain. Hamfast insisted on accompanying her, his knowledge of earth and growing things possibly their only defense against the withering magic that seemed to follow in the stone's wake. Pallando would guide them, though he warned that his powers had waned in the long years of his exile. They departed on a misty autumn morning, taking the east road as Bilbo had so many years before. But where his journey had been marked by trolls and goblins, theirs was haunted by subtler dangers. Villages they passed through reported children sleepwalking toward the mountains, drawn by songs only they could hear. Wells ran dry without explanation, and birds flew in patterns that wrote ancient dwarvish runes against the sky. Their company grew as they traveled. In Rivendell, they were joined by Arwen's youngest daughter, Miriel, who had inherited her grandmother Galadriel's gift of foresight. At Bairn's halls, now tended by his granddaughter Astrid, they gained the allegiance of a young skin-changer who could take the form of a mountain eagle. But it was in the ruins of Dale that they found their most unexpected ally. Among the merchants and traders, they encountered a dwarf unlike any other. Drugan Stonefist was one of the few who had stayed to guard Erebor after most of his people had returned to Moria. Age had silvered his beard, but his eyes held the sharp glint of one who had seen the darkness stirring under the mountain and chose to watch rather than flee. The signs have been there for those with eyes to see, he told them, studying Bilbo's diary with trembling hands. The deep forges lighting themselves at night, the whispers in the old tunnels, the way the very stone seems to pulse sometimes, like a sleeping giant drawing breath. As they ascended the lonely mountain, Marigold began to understand why Bilbo had kept this secret to his grave. The second Arkenstone was never meant to be a crown jewel, but a key one that could unlock something vast and terrible beneath the mountain's roots. According to Drugan's ancient records, the earliest dwarven kings had discovered not just mithril and gold in their deep delving, but something else, a being of stone and fire, a creature that made even Smaug seem like a mere lizard in comparison. The first Arkenstone had been cut from its heart while it slept, and the second was meant to ensure it would never wake. But now the stone was calling to its other half, and the mountain's foundations themselves trembled with ancient power. Their final descent into the mountain's depths tested every ounce of hobbit courage Marigold possessed. The tunnels seemed to wind downward forever, lit only by Pallando's staff and the increasingly frequent pulses of light that throbbed through the veins of crystal in the walls. Muriel's face grew graver with each step, her elvish senses detecting the wrongness that pervaded the deep places. When they finally reached the lowest chamber, they found they were not alone. Cultists of Morgoth, led by a figure in armor forged from meteorite iron, had already begun the ritual to unite the two stones. The original arkenstone, stolen from its place of honor in the upper halls, pulsed with a familiar light. But it was the second stone in their possession that drew all eyes, a gem identical to the first. But where the original shone with the light of sun and stars, this one burned with the deep red glow of magma and malice. What followed was not a battle of armies, but a desperate contest of wills and wisdom. While Hamfast used his deep connection to growing things to counter the withering effect of the awakening creature, Miriel and Polando combined their powers to contain its consciousness. Drugan's knowledge of the deep paths proved invaluable as they worked to separate the stones, and the young skin-changer's swift wings carried messages between their allies above. But in the end, it came down to Marigold, a hobbit with dirt still under her fingernails from her garden, to make the final choice. Like Bilbo before her, she faced a moment where the fate of many rested on the decision of one small hobbit. With trembling hands, she used the very herbs she had tended in her garden, combined with ancient knowledge from Bilbo's library, to brew an essence that could send the ancient being into a deeper sleep, one that would last beyond the power of any stone to break. When it was done, the two arkenstones were separated permanently, one returned to its place of honor above, the other taken by Polando to be hidden in a place between the spaces of the world, as he described it. The mountains' trembling ceased, and the withering shadows plaguing the lands began to fade. Marigold returned to the Shire changed, as her uncle had before her. While most hobbits were content to dismiss the brief darkness that had touched their lands as a strange passing season, she kept careful watch over Bilbo's diary and the secrets it contained. On quiet evenings, she could sometimes be found in her garden, teaching young Hamfast's children about the properties of the herbs she grew, especially those that might be needed if the deep places of the world ever stirred again. For while evil had been thwarted, she had learned what Bilbo knew, that the most important victories are often not the great battles sung about in halls of kings, but the quiet choices made by small hands to keep the darkness at bay, one day at a time. Story 3, The Dancing Pony Inn, perched on the edge of the Shire's eastern border, had been in the Brandybuck family for 3 generations. Milo and Rosa Brandybuck took pride in maintaining their great-grandfather's tradition of welcoming both hobbit and big folk alike, though few travelers had passed through in recent years. But on this stormy autumn evening, as rain lashed against the round windows and thunder rolled across the hills, destiny arrived in the form of 7 rain-soaked dwarves stumbling through their door. The dwarves were unlike any guests the siblings had hosted before. Their armor was scratched and dented, their beards singed as if by dragon fire, and their eyes held the haunted look of those who had witnessed something terrible. Their leader, a dwarf woman named Dis the Unyielding, carried a cloth-wrapped bundle that seemed to emit a soft, pulsing light. "We seek sanctuary," Dis announced, her voice carrying the weight of mountains. "We are pursued by a darkness that turns all it touches to stone." As if to validate her words, one of the younger dwarfs pulled back his sleeve to reveal his hand slowly turning to granite, the petrification creeping up his arm like spreading frost. Rosa, who had inherited her mother's knowledge of healing herbs, immediately set to work trying to slow the spread, while Milo secured the inn's doors and windows. That night, as wind howled outside and their guests huddled around the hearth, the dwarves shared their tale. They were the last survivors of an expedition to the ancient elvish ruins of a region, where they had discovered an artifact of immense power, the Mirror of Varda, said to have been used by the Valar themselves to speak with the first elves who awakened under the stars. But their discovery had awakened something else, an ancient curse laid by Morgoth in the First Age, a spite spell meant to turn all of Middle-earth to lifeless stone. The curse had already begun its work, spreading outward from a region in an ever-widening circle. Villages were becoming silent gardens of stone statues, forests were transforming into granite sculptures, and even the very ground itself was slowly crystallizing. The mirror, Dis explained, might be their only hope. If they could reach Rivendell, where some of the old elvish power still lingered, they might find a way to use it to reverse the curse. But their pursuers, creatures of living stone that had once been people, were drawing ever closer. Against all Hobbit sense and tradition, Milo and Rosa found themselves drawn into the dwarves' quest. Rosa's knowledge of healing and herbs had already helped slow the petrification in the youngest dwarf, and Milo's lifetime of listening to travelers' tales had given him an extensive knowledge of the secret paths between the Shire and Rivendell. Their journey began at dawn, slipping away through the morning mist. The group traveled through landscapes increasingly touched by the curse fields, where patches of grass stood frozen like green crystal, trees whose leaves had become delicate stone filigree, and streams that ran like liquid glass. Behind them, they could hear the grinding footsteps of their stone pursuers, growing ever closer. Help came from unexpected quarters. A group of rangers led by a mysterious figure who called herself Twilight joined their company. These rangers had been tracking the spread of the curse and brought grave news that petrification was spreading faster than anyone had anticipated and had already reached the borders of the old forest. In the ruins of Weathertop, they made their first stand against their pursuers. The stone creatures, once men and elves and dwarves, moved with unnatural grace despite their mineral forms. It was Rosa who discovered their weakness. Her hastily brewed potions of spring water and Athelas could temporarily render the stone creatures brittle enough to shatter. But their victory was short-lived. As they pressed on toward Rivendell, the curse began to affect their own company. One by one, members of their group showed signs of petrification, a stiffening finger here, a patch of stone skin there. Rosa worked tirelessly, brewing potion after potion to slow the spread, but their time was running out. The true nature of their quest became clear only when they reached the last homely house. Rivendell itself was already half transformed, its elegant architecture blending seamlessly with natural stone formations. There they met Elrond's grandson, one of the few elves who had remained in Middle-earth, himself halfway turned to stone, but still conscious and moving through sheer force of will. The Mirror of Varda, he revealed, was not just a tool of communication, but a lens through which the power of the Valar themselves could be focused. The curse of petrification was Morgoth's final spite against the living world, triggered by the mirror's discovery. To break it would require a sacrifice. Someone would need to use the mirror to channel the power of the Valar, knowing they would be turned to stone in the process. In the end, it was Milo who stepped forward. "Hobbits may be small," he said, his voice steady despite his fear, "but we know something about sacrifice for the greater good. It's in our histories, from Bilbo to Frodo to Sam. The ritual took place in Rivendell's Great Hall, now a cathedral of crystal and stone." As Rosa and the others held off waves of stone creatures, Milo stood before the mirror, which Dis had finally unwrapped. Its surface showed not reflections but glimpses of the world as it should be, living, growing, changing. Using the mirror required not strength or magic, but something hobbits had in abundance: a love for living things and a willingness to protect them. As Milo focused on memories of the Shire, of growing things, of celebrations and feasts, of life in all its messy, beautiful forms, the mirror began to glow with an inner light that grew until it filled the entire valley. When the light faded, the curse was broken. Across Middle-earth, stone transformed back to flesh, crystal returned to leaf and stem, and the world breathed again. But Milo remained as he was in that final moment, a statue of rose-colored stone, his face peaceful and his hands still holding the mirror. Rosa returned to the dancing pony, but she did not return alone. Many of those they had saved came with her dwarves, rangers, and even a few elves, in the inn became known as a place where all free peoples could gather and remember how the courage of a simple hobbit had saved the world from turning to stone. In the inn's garden, Rosa planted a ring of flowers around a statue, that had once been her brother. And on quiet evenings, some said they could still hear whispered conversations between the flowers and the stone hobbit who watched over them, as if neither truly understood the difference between living and living things, seeing only the beauty in both. Story 4. Fredegar Bolger, too, had always found comfort in the rustle of ancient pages and the musty scent of old books. As the keeper of Bag End's vast library, he spent his days cataloging the countless volumes collected by generations of Bagginses, from Bilbo's adventure journals to Frodo's scholarly translations of Elvish texts. But on this particular evening, as autumn winds rattled the round windows of the study, he discovered something that would shake his quiet world to its foundations. The ring had fallen from between the pages of a weathered tome of Elvish poetry, a simple band of silver that seemed to catch starlight even in the depths of the library. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but when Fredegar slipped it onto his finger to examine the delicate inscriptions along its surface, the world around him changed. The walls of Bag End became transparent, revealing layers of memory like sheets of colored glass. He saw glimpses of past events, Bilbo writing at his desk, Frodo poring over maps, Sam tending the garden, but more disturbingly, he saw something else, shadowy figures moving beneath the hills of Hobbiton, following paths that shouldn't exist. It was Meadowsweet Took, his closest friend and secretly trained in the ways of the Dúnedain, who first understood the gravity of their discovery. "This is no ordinary ring," she whispered, her ranger's training evident in the way she instantly assessed the artifact. "This bears the mark of Celebrimbor himself, one of the lesser rings of power, created not for war or dominion, but for understanding and revelation. Their discovery couldn't have come at a more crucial time. Strange events had been plaguing the Shire, crops growing in impossible patterns, children speaking in ancient languages during their sleep, and most troublingly, the appearance of mysterious stone circles in fields overnight, carved with runes that seemed to shift and change when no one was looking. Using the ring's power of revelation, Fredegar and Meadowsweet uncovered a terrifying truth. Deep beneath the peaceful hills of the Shire lay the remnants of an ancient civilization, one that predated not only hobbits, but even the earliest kingdoms of men. The stone circles were actually the tips of buried towers, and they were beginning to awaken. Their investigation led them to Ruby Goodchild, the oldest hobbit in Hobbiton, whose family had maintained a secret tradition of guardianship for generations. "We always knew something slept beneath these hills," she told them over tea and seed cakes. "My ancestors helped seal it away, using arts taught to them by wandering elves. But the seals are failing now, and what lies below stirs in its sleep." The ring revealed more with each passing day. Through its power, they learned of a vast network of chambers beneath the Shire, built by a people who had wielded powers that blended magic and machinery in ways even the elves had never mastered. These ancient ones had nearly destroyed themselves in their pursuit of power, and in their final act, they had hidden their greatest works deep underground, protected by seals and wards that were now beginning to fail. Help arrived in an unexpected form. Aristias, a mysterious elf woman with silver-white hair and eyes that seemed to hold starlight, appeared at Bag End's door one morning. She spoke of ancient pacts and responsibilities, of how the elves had helped the first hobbits settle the Shire, specifically because their connection to growing things and their resistance to dark magic made them ideal guardians for what lay beneath. Their company grew as the danger increased. Meadowsweet called upon her Dúnedain connections, bringing in a small group of rangers led by the legendary Hawkeye, descendant of Aragorn's own company. Ruby Goodchild gathered a circle of elderly hobbits who still remembered the old songs and ceremonies that had helped keep the ancient powers dormant. But it was Fredegar, the quiet librarian, who held the key to their success. The ring's power of revelation, combined with his vast knowledge of Bag End's library, allowed him to piece together the puzzle. The stone circles weren't just sealed doorways, they were pressure points in a vast pattern spread across the Shire, a complex mechanism that kept the ancient powers in balance. Their final confrontation came during the harvest moon, when the boundary between past and present grew thinnest. As the ancient machines beneath the hills hummed to full power, threatening to break free of their bonds, Fredegar realized that the ring wasn't just a tool for seeing, it was a key. The last of 13 such rings created specifically to maintain the seals. The ritual required participants at each of the major stone circles, working in concert to renew the ancient bonds, while Meadowsweet and the rangers defended them from shadows that had begun to leak from beneath the earth. While Ruby and her circle sang songs of binding that had been passed down through generations of hobbits, Fredegar stood at the central circle near Bag End, using the ring to coordinate their efforts. The power that surged through the ring nearly overwhelmed him. He saw visions of the Ancient Ones in their pride and fall, of the elves helping the first hobbits establish their stewardship, of countless generations of quiet guardians maintaining traditions they didn't fully understand, but faithfully preserved. In that moment, he understood why hobbits had been chosen. Their love of peace and simple things was the perfect counterbalance to the dangerous ambitions that slept beneath their feet. When dawn came, the ancient machines had been fully sealed once more, their power safely contained for another age. The stone circles became simple decorative gardens, though those who knew their true purpose ensured they were properly maintained. The ring's power dimmed, though it remained a useful tool for those who needed to see beyond the visible world. Fredegar returned to his library, but with a new purpose. He began compiling a true history of the Shire, recording not just the day-to-day events that hobbits loved to document, but the deeper story of their role as guardians of ancient powers. This history was kept in a secret section of Baggins' library, available only to those who needed to know. And on quiet evenings, when the stars shone bright above the hill, he would sometimes slip on the ring and watch the memories of ages past dance through Baggins' walls. He saw Bilbo and Frodo's adventures in a new light now, understanding that the courage of hobbits had never been accidental. It was part of their inheritance as guardians of secrets far older than any realized. The Shire remained peaceful, its residents largely unaware of the great powers that slept beneath their feet, or the quiet legacy of guardianship that select hobbits had always maintained. And perhaps that was the greatest magic of all, that such enormous responsibilities could be carried out with such humble grace, generation after generation, by those who valued afternoon tea and garden, tending above all the ancient powers in the world. Story 5. In a cozy hobbit hole at the far end of Hobbiton, where the gardens grew a bit wilder and the morning mist lingered a bit longer, lived Leela Littlefoot, a hobbit known throughout the Shire for her remarkable cooking. Her kitchen was a place of wonder, where herbs dried in bunches from the ceiling beams, mysterious potions bubbled in copper pots, and her black cat, Shadow, watched everything with eyes that seemed too wise for any ordinary feline. What most hobbits didn't know was that Leela's cooking was more than just skilled, it was magical. She had inherited her grandmother's gift of seeing and speaking with nature spirits, and her recipes were created in partnership with these ancient beings. Her strawberry tarts captured the essence of summer sunshine. Her mushroom soup could cure homesickness, and her herb bread could give courage to even the most timid of hearts. The true scope of her gift became clear one misty autumn morning when her garden spirits began to whisper of trouble. The vegetables were growing anxious, the flowers were singing laments, and even the usually cheerful apple trees were murmuring dark prophecies. Something was happening to the magic that flowed through Middle-earth. It was becoming thin, like water seeping into sand. Shadow, who revealed himself to be a guardian spirit who had watched over her family for generations, finally spoke to her directly. "The balance is shifting," he said, his voice like leaves rustling in an evening breeze. "The old magic is fading, and with it will go all the small enchantments that make the world wonderful, the sparkle of dew on spider webs, the whispers of trees, the dreams of children." Help arrived in the form of young Gandalf, the White's apprentice, a gangly wizard named Starling who had been sent to investigate the disturbances in the magical currents. He was accompanied by a solitary ent named Quickbeam's grandson, who had felt the changing of the deep magics in his very roots. Through her conversations with the spirits, Leela learned that the fading of magic was tied to the ancient places of power, the groves where the first elves had awakened, the peaks where eagles had first learned to speak, the depths where dwarves had first sung stone into shape. These places were like wells of magic that fed the rest of the world, and something was causing them to run dry. Their quest began in Leela's own kitchen, where she baked provisions infused with different kinds of magic bread that would keep them warm in the coldest mountains, cookies that would help them understand the languages of ancient beings, and pies that would give them the strength to face whatever dangers lay ahead. Shadow prowled the edges of their preparations, occasionally offering cryptic advice or warnings. The company's journey took them to the far corners of Middle-earth, seeking out the places where magic first entered the world. They visited the Grove of Awakening, now hidden in the heart of a forest where the trees still remembered the first elvish songs. They climbed to the area of Dawn, where the great eagles had first risen into the sky. They descended into the halls of First Echoes, where the dwarves had discovered the music in stone. At each site, they found the same problem: the connections between these places and the rest of the world were being severed, as if someone or something was deliberately cutting the flows of magic. But it was in the kitchen of an abandoned inn, while Leela was preparing a meal to lift their spirits, that she discovered the truth. As she cooked, combining ingredients with the help of local spirits, she realized that magic wasn't simply a force that flowed through the world. It was more like a recipe, a combination of different elements working in harmony. The ancient places of power weren't just sources of magic. They were like the main ingredients in the great recipe that was Middle-earth itself. The solution, she realized, didn't require great acts of wizardry or epic battles. It required something more subtle: the re-establishing of connections, the careful balancing of elements, the patient nurturing of relationships between different kinds of magic. It was, in essence, a problem of cooking on a cosmic scale. Working with Starling's academic knowledge of magic and Quickbeam's grandson's deep connection to the natural world, Leela began to create a series of magical feasts. At each ancient site, they prepared meals that incorporated local ingredients and magic, inviting both physical and spiritual beings to partake. These feasts became ceremonies of reconnection, reweaving the tapestry of magic that bound the world together. The final feast was held in Rivendell, where the last of the elves in Middle-earth gathered alongside representatives from all the free peoples: dwarves from the mountains, men from the rebuilt kingdoms, hobbits from the Shire, and beings more mysterious and ancient. Leela orchestrated a meal that was both dinner and ritual, each dish carefully crafted to strengthen the bonds between different types of magic. As the feast reached its climax, something extraordinary happened. The very air began to shimmer with renewed enchantment. The elves found their fading powers returning to full strength. The dwarves felt the songs of stone growing clearer, and even the hobbits could sense the deepening of magic in their connection to growing things. Leela returned to her hobbit hole, but her kitchen was forever changed. It became a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical were particularly thin, where spirits gathered to share news of the world, and where other hobbits could come to find not just good food, but also a touch of enchantment in their lives. Shadow remained by her side, now openly serving as her advisor and friend. Together, they maintained their watch over the magical health of the Shire, ensuring through feast and fellowship that the connections they had helped restore remained strong. And so it was that a hobbit cook became one of the most important guardians of magic in Middle-earth, proving that sometimes the greatest enchantments come not from grand gestures or mighty spells, but from the simple acts of creating and sharing food with love and intention. In her kitchen, the magic of Middle-earth found not just preservation but renewal, bubbling away in copper pots and simmering in well-seasoned cauldrons, ready to be shared with any who came seeking a taste of wonder. Story 6. In the rolling hills of the Shire, where morning dew sparkled like scattered diamonds and the air always carried the promise of something delicious baking, there lived a hobbit named Boldo. Unlike his adventurous ancestors, Boldo had never stepped foot outside the Shire's borders, preferring instead to wage his battles in the kitchen, where he had earned renown as the finest mushroom pie baker in all for farthings. On this particular morning, as golden sunlight streamed through his round kitchen window, Boldo was preparing for his daily ritual of second breakfast. His favorite napkin, an heirloom passed down through generations of Tooks, embroidered with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, lay neatly folded beside his plate. But as he reached for it, something extraordinary happened. The embroidery began to shimmer and shift, its threads reorganizing themselves into an intricate map that seemed to pulse with ancient magic. Boldo nearly dropped his teacup in surprise. The map showed locations he had never seen before, hidden valleys and secret glades, where, according to the ghostly script that appeared alongside the images, the legendary gardens of the old Took once flourished. These were no ordinary gardens, but magical plots where ingredients of extraordinary power had been grown, herbs that could cure any ailment, mushrooms that could grant visions of distant lands, and vegetables that could restore strength to the weary. His hands trembling slightly, Boldo might have dismissed it all as a trick of the morning light, had Sam Gamgee not chosen that exact moment to burst through his door, his usually cheerful face lined with worry. "Mr. Boldo, sir?" Sam exclaimed, still catching his breath. "The crops, there's something wrong with them. All across the Shire, they're turning gray and crumbling to dust." The words had barely left Sam's mouth when Bilbo noticed his prized mushrooms, gathered just that morning, beginning to wither before his eyes. The map on his napkin glowed brighter, as if responding to their distress. With uncharacteristic decisiveness, Boldo rolled up his napkin and reached for his most trusted cooking companion, an iron skillet that had helped him win the great mushroom pie contest 3 years running. "Sam," he said, his voice steadier than he felt, "how do you feel about an adventure?" And so began a journey that would take two unlikely heroes far beyond the comfortable boundaries of the Shire. Armed with Boldo's magical map napkin, his trusty skillet, and Sam's remarkable knowledge of growing things, they set out to find the lost gardens that might save their homeland. Their quest led them through the old forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets in languages long forgotten. Here, they encountered their first trial, a grove of walking trees that would only let them pass if Boldo could prepare a meal worthy of their ancient palates. With trembling hands but unwavering determination, he created a feast from wild mushrooms and herbs, his skillet proving as useful for defending against curious squirrels as it was for cooking. In the Barrow Downs, they found their second challenge, a maze of mist-shrouded tombs where the map showed one of the ancient gardens lay hidden. The Barrow Wights that guarded the place had no taste for food, but they did have a weakness for stories. Sam, drawing on generations of gardening tales passed down through his family, entertained them with legends of great harvests and terrible blights until dawn broke and the spirits retreated. As they ventured further from home, they discovered they weren't alone in their quest. A mysterious figure had been following them, Gandalf the Grey, who revealed that the blight affecting the Shire was no natural occurrence, but the work of an ancient evil awakening in the east. The lost gardens they sought were more than mere plots of land. They were created by the first hobbits who settled in the Shire, blessed with magic from the elves themselves to protect their new home. In the shadow of the Weather Hills, they found the first of the ancient gardens, though it was hardly what they expected. Instead of neat rows and carefully tended beds, they discovered a wild place where magic had run unchecked for centuries. Here, mushrooms glowed with inner light, and flowers sang soft melodies in the breeze. But as Boldo and Sam worked to gather what they needed, they learned that each magical plant could only be harvested after completing a specific ritual, a dance, a song, or in one memorable instance, telling the plant a joke that would make it laugh. their final challenge came not from without but from within. To activate the magic of their gathered ingredients, the recipe called for the maker to give up what they valued most. For Boldo, this meant surrendering his beloved family napkin, the very map that had guided them this far. For Sam, it meant offering the last seed from his prize-winning tomatoes, passed down through 6 generations of Gamgus. Back in the Shire, with time running out and crops failing faster than ever, Boldo and Sam worked together in Boldo's kitchen to prepare the most important meal of their lives. The magical ingredients went into not just any pie, but 9 pies, one for each of the Shire's main districts. As they baked, the aroma that filled the air was like nothing any hobbit had smelled before. It carried hints of springtime and renewal, of ancient magic and new beginnings. When the pies were shared at a great feast, their magic spread throughout the land. The blight retreated, the crops recovered, and the Shire bloomed more beautifully than ever before. But the real magic, as Boldo would often say in later years, wasn't just in the ingredients they'd gathered or the ancient recipes they'd followed. It was in the discovery that even the smallest and most home-loving of hobbits could find courage when it mattered most. From that day forward, Boldo's mushroom pies retained just a hint of their magical properties. They couldn't cure illnesses or grant visions anymore, but anyone who ate them found themselves feeling just a bit more hopeful, a bit more brave, and a bit more ready for whatever adventure might come knocking at their door. As for the magical map napkin, some say that on quiet mornings, new patterns still appear in its embroidery, hinting at other secrets waiting to be discovered by hobbits brave enough to venture beyond their gardens and pantries, carrying nothing more than a faithful heart and perhaps a trusty iron skillet. Story 7. The morning sun had barely peeked over the rolling hills of Hobbiton when Primula Brandybuck discovered her peculiar gift. She sat in her cozy kitchen, entertaining her young cousins with a tale about a dragon who collected teacups instead of gold, when suddenly a shadow passed over her window. There, perched on her garden fence, was a magnificent purple dragon, delicately holding one of her grandmother's best china cups between its gleaming claws. Primula's stories had always been different from the usual hobbit tales of garden competitions and family feuds. Like her grandfather, old Bilbo, she wove tales of far-off lands and magical creatures. Unlike him, however, she had never left the Shire. But now, as she stared at the dragon sipping Earl Grey from her best teacup, she realized her stories weren't just stories anymore, they were becoming reality. The dragon, who introduced himself as Earl after his favorite tea, explained that he had been drawn to the Shire by the power of her words. "Your story called to me across the misty mountains," he said, carefully balancing the tiny cup in his massive claws. "Though I must say, I prefer a stronger brew than what you hobbits serve." Before Primula could process this extraordinary development, a disturbing change swept through the Shire. Every pot of tea turned cold, every scone became stale, and every cake transformed into a tasteless lump of ash. The magic of her storytelling had inadvertently awakened an ancient curse, one that threatened the very heart of Hobbit society, their meals. Word spread quickly through Hobbiton, as it always does when meal times are disturbed. The Thane himself called an emergency meeting at the Green Dragon Inn, where distressed hobbits clutched their cold teacups and stared accusingly at Primula. It was there that Earl, ducking his enormous head through the inn's largest window, shared a crucial piece of information. "There is another of my kind," he rumbled, "the last true dragon of tea, who guards the sacred kettles of the East. Only their steam can lift this curse." But reaching him, Earl paused dramatically, sending a wisp of smoke toward the ceiling that will require a tale worthy of the ages, and so began Primula's quest with an unlikely fellowship by her side, Earl the tea-loving dragon, Marigold Gamgee, whose family had kept the Shire's tea gardens for generations, and Frediger Fast Freddy Bolger, who claimed his great-grandmother had once outriddled a dragon, though no one quite believed him. Their journey took them through the treacherous Bindbowl Wood, where the trees themselves demanded stories as toll for passage. Primula spun tales of brave saplings and ancient forests, each word causing leaves to dance and branches to sway in approval. Yet with every story she told, she felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier, for now her words held power beyond mere entertainment. In the Rushuk Bog, they encountered a colony of marshlites that collected forgotten stories like precious gems. Here, Marigold proved her worth, sharing ancient tea brewing secrets passed down through generations of Gamgees. The marshlites, enchanted by tales of perfectly steeped leaves and midnight garden ceremonies, guided them safely through the treacherous swamp. Fast Freddy's moment came in the foothills of the Mountains of Mist, where they met a sphinx who challenged them with riddles about tea and tales. To everyone's surprise, Freddy's obscure knowledge of his great-grandmother's dragon riddling techniques proved invaluable, though his tendency to embellish the story grew with each retelling. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew thin and sharp with magic. Earl flew ahead, scouting their path and returning with increasingly concerning reports of other dragons drawn to the power of Primula's stories. "They're not all as civilized as I am," he warned, protectively curling his tail around their camp each night. Finally, they reached the Celestial Tea Garden, home of the ancient Dragon of Tea. The garden hung suspended between two mountain peaks, wreathed in eternal steam from the sacred kettles. The Dragon of Tea was enormous, with scales that shimmered like fine porcelain and eyes that swirled like tea leaves in a fortune-teller's cup. But when Primula stepped forward to plead their case, the ancient dragon raised a single claw. "Before you speak," it said in a voice like wind through wind chimes, "know that every word you utter here becomes part of the eternal story. Choose them wisely." In that moment, Primula understood. It wasn't about telling the most exciting tale or wielding her newfound power. It was about understanding the responsibility that came with it. She began to tell a story not of dragons and curses, but of home. She spoke of morning tea shared between friends, of stories told around warm hearths, of the simple magic found in a well-brewed cup of comfort. As she spoke, the steam from the sacred kettles began to swirl and dance, carrying her words back toward the Shire. The curse lifted not with a dramatic clash of powers, but with a gentle return of warmth to every hearth and kettle in Hobbiton. The Dragon of Tea nodded approvingly. "You have learned the true power of stories," it said. "They are not meant to change the world through force, but to remind us of the magic that already exists in it." When Primula and her companions returned to the Shire, they found it changed not dramatically, but subtly. The tea gardens bloomed with new vigor, and every cup poured seemed to hold a hint of story magic. Earl decided to stay, making his home in a specially enlarged tea shop, where he would carefully heat the water to perfect temperature with his gentle dragon breath. From that day forward, Primula continued to tell her stories, but with newfound wisdom. Her tales still had the power to make things happen, but now she wove them carefully, sprinkling them with just enough magic to remind people that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with something as simple as a cup of tea and a willingness to believe. And if sometimes, on quiet evenings, listeners swore they could taste the adventures in their tea or see distant lands swirling in their cups, well, that was just part of the story's magic. Story 8, deep in the heart of the Shire, where the morning mist clung to the rolling hills like a gentle blanket, Hamfast Boffin tended to his beloved herb garden. Unlike other hobbits who grew their herbs in neat, orderly rows, Hamfast let his plants grow as they wished, creating a wild tapestry of green that seemed to dance in the early morning light. He was known throughout Hobbiton as the shyest of hobbits, preferring the company of his plants to the bustling tea parties and celebrations that filled the Shire's social calendar. On this particular morning, as he knelt to whisper his daily greetings to his favorite rosemary bush, a habit he'd never admitted to anyone, something extraordinary happened. The plant whispered back. At first, Hamfast thought he'd been spending too much time in the sun, But then other voices joined in: the sage, the thyme, the mint, all speaking in gentle, leafy whispers that seemed to travel through the earth itself. Through their murmured conversation, he learned of an ancient network of roots that connected every hobbit garden in Middle-earth, a living web of green magic that had existed since the first hobbits planted their first seeds. The plants shared troubling news. A great drought was approaching, one that threatened not just the Shire, but all lands where things grew. The ancient prophecy they spoke of was clear: only a hobbit who could hear the songs of plants could unite the gardens of Middle-earth and awaken their combined power to prevent the coming disaster. Hamfast's first instinct was to pretend he hadn't heard anything at all. Surely there were braver, more qualified hobbits for such a task. But as he turned to flee inside his smile, he nearly collided with Bramble, a talking badger wearing a rather dapper waistcoat and carrying a weathered gardening journal. "Ah, finally," Bramble exclaimed, adjusting his spectacles. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for a hobbit to actually listen to their garden?" "Centuries. Now, Master Boffin, we have work to do." Despite his protests, Hamfast found himself packing his most precious possessions: his grandmother's pruning shears, his book of family recipes which contained more garden magic than anyone suspected, and enough seed packets to start a small farm. Bramble insisted these would be essential for their journey. Their first stop was the garden of old Bilbo Baggins, where the plants whispered of adventures far grander than even Bilbo had ever told. Here, they discovered that each garden in the network held a unique power. Bilbo's roses could sing of distant lands, and his potatoes could map the safest paths through dangerous territories. As they traveled further from the Shire, Hamfast and Bramble encountered gardens unlike any they had seen before. In Bree, they found window boxes that served as secret post offices for the plants, sharing news of weather patterns and approaching dangers. In the hidden valleys near Rivendell, they discovered elvish gardens that grew in spirals toward the stars, their plants speaking in musical tones that made Hamfast's herbs dance in response. But not all was well in the connected gardens. Some had fallen silent, their roots withered by darkness or neglect. In these places, Hamfast discovered that his grandmother's recipes could do more than season a good stew. They could reawaken dormant plants and restore their voices to the great green chorus. Their greatest challenge came in the gardens of the old fortress of Fernost, where ancient herbs grew in geometric patterns, guarding secrets from the time when kings ruled Arnor. Here, the plants spoke in riddles, and their roots formed a maze that needed to be navigated both physically and metaphysically. Hamfast's natural shyness proved to be a blessing, for the plants responded best to those who knew how to listen more than speak. Bramble proved invaluable not just for his knowledge of ancient garden lore, but for his ability to dig through obstacles and his unexpected talent for diplomacy with other woodland creatures they met along the way. His waistcoat pockets seemed to contain an endless supply of useful items, from magical fertilizer to emergency tea-time supplies. As the signs of the great drought began to appear, withering leaves, cracking earth, and springs running dry, Hamfast and Bramble raced to complete their mission. The prophecies spoke of a grand awakening that could only be achieved when gardens from all corners of Middle-earth joined their songs together. The final piece of their quest led them to an unexpected place, a tiny, forgotten garden in the ruins of an ancient hobbit settlement, where the first seeds of the Shire had been planted. Here, surrounded by the oldest plants in all of Hobbit-kind's history, Hamfast finally understood why he had been chosen. His shyness had given him the patience to truly listen, to understand the subtle language of growing things that most others rushed past. Using his grandmother's pruning shears, which turned out to be an artifact of considerable power, and recipes that were actually ancient spells disguised as cooking instructions, Hamfast began the ceremony to unite the gardens. As he worked, his quiet voice grew stronger, singing the songs he had learned from every garden they had visited. Bramble accompanied him with a surprisingly melodious badger harmony, while all around them, Plants swayed and glowed with ancient magic. The grand awakening spread like a wave of green light across Middle-earth. Every garden joined the chorus, their roots pulsing with renewed life and power. The great drought was pushed back by a surge of vibrant growth and healing rains. When Hamfast finally returned to his little garden in the Shire, he was no longer the same shy hobbit who had fled from social gatherings. While still quiet, he now hosted weekly garden listening parties, where other hobbits could learn to hear the whispered songs of their plants. Bramble became a regular fixture in Hobbiton, setting up a school for young hobbits interested in the deeper mysteries of gardening. The networks of roots still whisper their secrets to those who know how to listen, and on quiet evenings, visitors to Hamfast's garden swear they can hear the plants singing songs of distant lands and ancient magic. As for Hamfast's recipe book, it sits in a place of honor on his mantelpiece, its pages still holding the magic that helped save all the gardens of Middle-earth, though nowadays he mostly uses it for baking surprisingly magical seed cakes for afternoon tea. Story 9. Spring had just arrived in the Shire when Pippin Brandybuck's trowel struck something solid in his prized dahlia bed. The metallic ring that echoed through the morning air was most unsoil-like, and certainly not the sound a respectable hobbit's garden should make. Brushing away the dirt, he found himself staring into a mirror unlike any he'd seen before. Its frame was crafted from a strange, silvery metal that seemed to flow like water, and its surface rippled like a pond in a gentle breeze. As Pippin wiped the last specks of earth from its surface, the mirror's reflection shifted, showing not his own puzzled face, but a vision that made his heart stop. The Shire transformed into a grotesque mockery of itself, where great machines of metal and steam belched black smoke into the air, and mechanical dragons soared overhead, their brass wings catching the light of fires that burned where gardens once grew. Before he could process this horrifying sight, a knock at his garden gate nearly caused him to drop the mirror. There stood Iris Whitfoot, looking every bit as proper as a hobbit should, except for the curious medallion she wore apiece that matched the mirror's frame perfectly. "I see you found it then," she said, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by an uncharacteristic seriousness. "You'd better come with me, Pippin. There's a society you need to meet that afternoon in a hidden chamber beneath the party tree, accessed by tapping its roots in a specific pattern while humming the chorus of the Green Dragon's Jig." Pippin learned of the Wardens of the Shire, a secret organization of hobbits who had protected Middle-earth from threats that even the wise of other races had overlooked. Iris, it turned out, was their current leader. "The mirror you've found," she explained, as other hobbits emerged from various hidden passages, each wearing similar medallions, "is the mirror of tomorrow. It shows possible futures, and the one you've seen is drawing nearer with each passing day. The threat," they explained, "came from an unexpected source, another hobbit, but one from a different timeline. A version of the Shire where technology had replaced magic." This other Pippin, embittered by the loss of his world's natural beauty, had found a way to bridge realities. He commanded an army of mechanical dragons and goblin engineers, intent on transforming all versions of the Shire into the industrial wasteland his had become. "But why me?" Pippin asked, clutching the mirror that had so disrupted his peaceful gardening plans. The answer came from old Tom Boffin, who had been maintaining the Warden's secret archives for longer than most could remember, because in every timeline where the Shire survives, it's a Pippin Brandybuck who makes the difference. Though usually, he added with a thoughtful puff of his pipe, it's through pure accident, rather than any grand plan. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity as Pippin trained with the Wardens, learning their secret arts, how to read the weather patterns that predicted dimensional weaknesses, how to use ordinary hobbit items as extraordinary tools. It turned out a well-seasoned cast iron pan could disrupt mechanical dragons' navigation systems, and most importantly, how to move unseen even by mechanical eyes. Their first real test came during the Midsummer's Eve festival. As the rest of the Shire celebrated with fireworks and feasting, Pippin and a small team of wardens tracked unusual metal fragments appearing in the east farthing. They discovered a group of goblin scouts setting up strange devices, dimensional anchors, the wardens called them, meant to help the mechanical dragons pierce through to their reality. What followed was perhaps the quietest battle ever fought in the Shire's history. Using skills passed down through generations of wardens, they managed to sabotage the anchors using nothing more than garden tools, cooking implements, and a particularly potent batch of old Tooks fermenting blackberry wine. The goblins never knew what hit them, though they did wake up the next morning with terrible headaches and an inexplicable craving for scones. But these small victories couldn't prevent the inevitable. On the morning of the harvest festival, the sky above the Shire cracked like breaking glass, and through it came the mechanical dragons, led by the other Pippin himself. He was a twisted reflection of our Pippin, older, scarred, with eyes that gleamed like polished brass. The final confrontation took place in the heart of Hobbiton, where the other Pippin revealed his true plan. The mechanical dragons weren't weapons, they were a desperate attempt to evacuate his own Shire before its total collapse. He hadn't come to destroy this reality's Shire, but to save his people by forcing this world to accommodate them. In that moment, looking into his other self's eyes through the mirror of tomorrow, Pippin understood something crucial. The mirror didn't just show possible futures, it showed the paths not taken, the choices that led to those futures, and most importantly, the wisdom gained from them all. With trembling hands but a steady voice, Pippin made an offer. Instead of forcing this world to change, they could work together to heal the other Shire. The mirror had shown him that the magic of their world wasn't in its lack of technology, but in the way hobbits cared for their land and each other. That magic could restore what had been lost. The other Pippin, seeing the truth in his counterpart's words and in the mirror's depths, agreed. The wardens of the Shire, with their generations of accumulated knowledge about protecting and healing the land, would help restore the damaged Shire of the other timeline. In return, the mechanical dragons would serve as guardians of both realities, their brass wings catching the sun as they soared between worlds. Today, if you know where to look in the Shire, you might notice some peculiar things: garden tools with gears that turn on their own, weather vanes that predict storms from other dimensions, or the occasional glint of brass wings against the sunset. The mirror of tomorrow sits in a place of honor in the warden's hidden chamber, its surface still rippling with possible futures. And Pippin Brandybuck tends his garden as all respectable hobbits should, though visitors might notice that his watering can seems to know exactly which plants need attention, and his scarecrow bears a striking resemblance to a miniature mechanical dragon. As for the other Pippin, they say he found peace helping to restore his world's green places, proving that even the darkest future can be rewritten with a little hobbit wisdom, a dash of magic, and the courage to choose a different path. Story 10. In a quiet corner of the Shire, where the morning mist lingered longer than anywhere else, young Milo Firebrand tended to an orchard unlike any other in all of Middle-earth. His apple trees, inherited from generations of peculiar firebrands, bore fruit that sparkled like crystals in the sunlight and, when eaten, compelled the consumer to speak only truth for one full day. This unusual property had earned his family both respect and wariness among their fellow hobbits, who generally preferred their food without magical side effects. Milo had grown accustomed to the strange happenings in his orchard, the way the trees whispered ancient secrets on windless nights, how birds would perch in the branches and suddenly begin confessing their petty thefts of seeds and berries, and most notably, how his grandmother's ghost still appeared every harvest season to ensure he was pruning the trees correctly. "Remember, Milo," her spectral form would say, materializing beside him as he worked, "these aren't just apple trees. They're the last remnants of the gardens of truth, planted by the first hobbits who learned magic from the elves. They must be protected on this particular autumn morning." As golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze, Milo noticed something unusual even by his orchard's standards. A group of merchants dressed in elaborate robes that seemed too fine for simple traders were making their way up the winding path to his gate. Their leader, a tall figure with a silver beard and eyes that sparked with hidden knowledge, introduced himself as Aranther, the Wise. "We've come to purchase your entire harvest," Aranther announced, his voice smooth as honey, but with an underlying edge that made Milo's gardening shears tingle with warning. "Name your price." Before Milo could respond, his grandmother's ghost appeared, visible only to him, her translucent form more agitated than he'd ever seen it. "The council," she whispered urgently. "They're preparing for the great meeting of the free peoples. If truth-compelling apples are used there," her voice trailed off meaningfully. Understanding dawned on Milo like a frost settling over his beloved trees. These were no mere merchants, but agents seeking to manipulate the upcoming council, where the futures of all races would be decided. With forced truth, they could spark a war that would tear Middle-earth apart. "The apples aren't for sale," Milo declared, surprising himself with his firmness. "They're meant for those who seek truth, not those who would force it from others." That night, Milo's grandmother revealed more about their family's legacy. The Firebrands hadn't just been orchard keepers. They were guardians of an ancient balance between truth and choice. She taught him the secret songs that would awaken the tree's deepest magic, passed down through generations in the guise of simple harvesting tunes. But the merchants hadn't given up. They returned with offers of gold, then threats, and finally with dark magic that made the very air crackle with menace. Milo found unexpected allies in his quest to protect the orchard. Rose Bottomhill, whose family had always been immune to the apple's truth-compelling effects, making them excellent secret keepers, and old Tom Cotton, who claimed his great-grandmother had been a hedge witch and proved it by turning several hostile merchants into rather confused sheep. Together, they formed a plan, using his grandmother's recipes, which turned out to be spells disguised as pie instructions. Milo began baking strategic batches of apple pies. These they distributed throughout the Shire, carefully choosing recipients who needed to confront important truths about themselves. A feud between the Proudfoots and Bracegirdless, spanning 3 generations, was resolved when both patriarchs accidentally ate pie at the same party and finally admitted they couldn't remember what started the argument. As the day of the great meeting approached, the merchants grew desperate. They launched an all-out assault on the orchard, led by shadow wraiths and dark sorcerers. But they hadn't counted on the trees themselves, which had soaked up centuries of truth magic. As Milo sang the ancient harvesting songs, the trees awakened fully for the first time in generations. Their branches reached out like living arms, their roots erupted from the earth, and every apple began to glow with an inner light that drove back the shadows. The truth wasn't just in the fruit anymore, it radiated from the entire orchard, compelling everyone present to face their own hidden motivations. The merchants' true forms were revealed. They were agents of an ancient darkness that fed on lies and deception. Exposed to the pure light of truth, they fled, leaving behind only scattered shadows and a lingering scent of autumn leaves. In the aftermath, the Council of the Free Peoples did meet, but instead of being manipulated by forced truth, they were invited to visit the orchard. There, surrounded by trees that had witnessed centuries of both truths and lies, they chose to speak honestly of their own free will. The apples were served only as a symbol of trust, not as a tool of compulsion. Milo's orchard became known as a place of healing and reconciliation. Hobbits and occasionally even big folk would come to walk among the trees, finding that somehow their presence made it easier to speak difficult truths and face hard realities. His grandmother's ghost still appeared during harvest time, now joined by other spectral firebrands, all offering their own opinions on proper pruning techniques. Rose Bottomhill eventually married Milo, her truth immunity proving invaluable when he experimented with new apple-based recipes. Old Tom Cotton set up a small school nearby, teaching young hobbits about the responsible use of magic and the importance of choosing when to speak truth, rather than having it forced from them. And the apples? They still compelled truth, but Milo discovered that if picked at exactly the right moment, under the light of a full moon, they would inspire not just truth-telling, but truth-seeking, helping the eater understand why honesty mattered rather than simply forcing it upon them. Years later, visiting elves would remark that Milo's orchard felt like a piece of the blessed realm itself had taken root in the Shire. The trees still whisper secrets on windless nights, the birds still confess their minor crimes, and every autumn, when the apples hang like golden lanterns in the mist, visitors swear they can hear the ghostly voices of generations of firebrands, singing the ancient songs of truth and harvest.